sky, I hide behind my eyelids. A locomotive barreling down on my mind. This ghost rattling chained to things I once did. They haven't scared me in some time. Sometimes I don't know what I'd do without your love. I don't know what I'd do without your love. There's a rose opening up inside a junkyard. There's a bird winging a hurricane. There are those who hide, they hold a wild card. And there's those who think they're not insane. I don't know what I'd do without your love. I don't know what I'd do without your love. There's hope that terrifies a soldier. There's faith that beggars all belief. There's joy that only comes to sorrow. And there's pain that's the only relief. I don't know what I'd do without your love. I don't know what I'd do without your love. I don't know what I'd do without your love. I don't know what I'd do without your love. Rolling up our sleeves, putting on the plastic gloves to make sausage. Making the sausage. You know, Swaby was right about this song. I didn't hear it until last night, but it's true. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but there is something that's true. This is the exact same chord progression, pretty much. Different key, but same progression as Ramblin' Man. I wrote the same song twice. I'm proud of that. If you play them back to back, it doesn't bother me. But that's just me. You're co-producer. We're producing this together. It's the same song twice. I'm getting older, but I did it when I was younger too, so. But how about that? That's right, making the sausage. Hey Ben, good to see you. Yeah, I didn't really realize it till last night when I went to put keyboard down on Ramblin' Man, and the "It's Not the End of the World" melody popped out, and I was like, "Oh my God, Swavy's right." It's, but you know, I mean, hey, I wrote the same song twice. We should wait. What is it? I'm gonna read what you said. Forgotten how it feels to touch. Lately I've remembered too much. Now as winter quickly tightens the bind and the only open window is online, I keep seeing such good people in such situations, in such grave pain. Oh, that's an interesting idea, Monk. I have to remind myself different keys. Different grandma would say, "Oh, it's not the end of the world." Do you hear it? Is the first question. Is it obvious to everybody, or oh, it's not the end of the world. On Ramblin' Man? Yes. Boarded up storefronts, more storms on the way. Not for the wind, not for the rain, but for fear of a friend who might be lost in despair. Everything happens every day somewhere. When it's my house that's burning down, and it seems like it's all gone up in flames, sometimes I have to remind myself what my grandma would say. Yeah, Kethra was. That's what Kethra was saying. Is well, they both have to be on there, so there you go. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Hard to tell from here. Totally different vibe. When the dust settles, when we clear the air. All my friends are lunatics. What does anybody think this mix needs? They'll probably be glad to be alive. I'm gonna sue myself. That's what happened on the Titanic. On the Titanic. I
I should. Maybe that'll be how we get publicity.
I have to remind myself what my grandma.
Maybe that's what we'll do. We'll get it all up on Reddit and everything. Artist Sue Self.
Oh, it's not the end of the world.
We'll bring in experts to show how he clearly stole from himself. Well, as you can see, the melody fluctuates slightly here, but it's still based in the root.
Oh, it's not the end of the world.
No, it feels good right there. I'm proud of that.
Oh, it's not the end of the world.
Oh. Still have it set to where I was just looping over the drums earlier. You know what? I realized something. I was so psyched about that, about looping stuff over the drums from the track. It came to me as the thing was starting. I was like, oh man, I could just like rock out to just the drum tracks and play something completely different, and then bring in the song slowly, and it sort of worked like a charm. I wish I'd played in the key of the song. Maybe I'll try that again tomorrow night. That might be how I'll start each of these. You can guess which song it is by the drums, but I should have played in the key so the segue would have been super smooth. If I had it all to do over again, I sort of do have it all to do over again, because I realized in all the excitement, I forgot to play the opening credits to American Night Owl, to the show, and I feel like I could lose my job over that. So now this is like one of those really cool movies where you're like completely into the movie already, and then all of a sudden the opening credits start, and you're like, oh my god, this is amazing.
I'm back in my body, back behind my eyes. I'm back in control. I'm ready to drive back behind the wheel. Are you ready to ride on into a
You're the
field of
producers.
hope, into the night?
That's the whole thing.
Into the night.
Oh no, what happened? Oh, right, the opening credits can't do that. They're not that cool. I was getting really fancy. Oh no. Producers, you're fired. Give it to me. I'll do it. I'll do it. God. Oh my God, I got some good kitten footage tonight. I didn't send it to the computer though. It's up on that phone that's up above my head. We made a new little playhouse for the kittens. And we figured Salsa would love it, but then they had a whole thing. They both wanted it. They both wanted the house. I got it on
American
film.
Night Owl is filmed before a live webcast audience.
More later. Yeah, now we can have fun with the moving pics. Welcome to American Night Owl. My name is Nathan Moore, your host. And at the moment, this show is making a record. It's a record called Pickin' the Lockdown. I don't know if that's the working title or the title. It's starting to stick. We need some artwork. The deadline for submitting our record to Spotify and all the like things is Valentine's Day. So we have the studio till we need to send it in before Valentine's Day. So the 13th is basically the last day we have the studio. Has to be done and shipped off to Spotify for the world. This is our musical love letter to the world from Hippie Fiasco Rides Again Television. And if you're watching this show, you're in the mix and you're a co-producer. And if you have any ideas, just let us know in the chat. Whether you're on Discord, Twitch, Facebook, wherever you're watching from, you're now in the show. Welcome, Hippie Fiasco Rides Again. Earlier tonight, Ethan Hawkins and what do they call it? Was Hawkeye and Top Knot. I can't forget their nicknames. I'll get it straight. So much going on this television station that you just get them all confused. But earlier tonight, they went live on Hippie Fiasco Television, and I just love it. I love opening up my phone and seeing Hippie Fiasco is live, and I'm just making dinner. I made twice-baked potatoes tonight, and they were pretty amazing, I gotta say. You know, I baked them once, and then I cut them in half and scraped them out, and then I steamed some broccoli, and I smushed it all together with butter and some cheese and some bacon bits, salt and pepper. Put olive oil and salt and pepper on the skins on the outside. That's the best way to bake a potato, by the way. New hot tip. Take olive oil or any oil, rub it on the potato, sprinkle some large grain salt, and do some pepper, and then bake the potato like that. And you'll never have any skin left on your plate again. Ever again. You know that skin that's always sitting there, like the little bowl? Say goodbye to that. That's a relic. Hippie Fiasco Television. It's working. It's cool. We're working. We're working hard. Yeah, so we got 10 songs in the folder. Some might get cut, some might get added. There's a couple we haven't even started tracking yet. But we got 10 in the folder already. I made a web page today, nathansland.com/ picking the lockdown. There's probably hyphens in that. I put links everywhere. You can find it, but all 10 tracks are there in a player. And you can download the tracks and play stuff at home and send it to me. And if it makes it all sound cooler, then we'll use it. And if it doesn't, we won't. We got 2 weeks to get this record done and off to Spotify. We're gonna walk it to Spotify, so we have to wrap it up in time to walk all the way to Spotify. That's a 2 days journey at least, and that's if you don't sleep. I don't intend on sleeping, that's for sure. We only got the studio till then, and it's expensive. I'm already driving people crazy because studio time is expensive, and here I am just rambling, man. We got to get to work. You're a co-producer, so what does this song need right here? This is It's Not the End of the World. Share, share, share. Let the world know we're here. We need their help. I've forgotten how it feels to touch. Lately I've remembered too much. Now as winter quickly tightens the bind and the only open window is online, I keep seeing such good people in
such situations in such grave pain. Sometimes I have to remind myself what my grandma would say. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Boarded up storefronts, more storms on the way. Not for the wind, not for the rain, but for fear of a friend who might be lost in despair. Everything happens every day somewhere. When it's my house that's burning down, and it seems like it's all gone up in flames, sometimes I have to remind myself what my grandma would say. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world.
That's the accordion that Rob sent me.
It's hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust settles, when we clear the air. All my friends are lunatics, so they'll probably survive. They'll probably be glad to be alive. That's what happened on the Titanic. On the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have to remind myself what my grandma would say. Oh, it's not the end of the world. 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 Oh, it's not the end of the world.
All right. Talk to me. There it is. There it is. Sounding pretty good. I don't know if there's too much going on. Do we need to strip it down and build it back up, or take something out, or does as co-producers, do you feel like you need more information somehow? It looks like there's quite a bit going on. Looks like there's two banjos going. I'm not sure why. Not sure if one's supposed to be muted, but what does that sound? Cat doing something or something. My initial reaction is that steak is just right. Could it be it? I like that. I have mysterious sounds. The ghost might be back. All right, Amy says I love it. Well, I wonder what would Brian do? That's the question. What would Brian do? Except Brian wouldn't have done most of that in the first place. That dude's a laser beam. I'm a sponge. Okay, you grab the record, you put it on the Spotify, and you drop the needle on it. You produce this record. Is this what you want to hear?
I've forgotten how it feels to touch. Lately I've remembered.
All right, let's. Swaby says he's intrigued about these two banjos, so let's see what they are. We'll go one at a time first. Oh, maybe one was muted. No, one maybe should be muted. Here, I'll solo this guy. I can't remember. It could have been an accident that two were even playing. Well, that guy's sweet. We can tell he's sweet.
Lately,
Okay, so let's see what it all sounds like with just this first one. Definitely, it comes in a pretty interesting way. Let me brighten it up just a little bit. It comes in an interesting way. I sort of like it. All right.
was winter quickly.
Let's bring in the other one right at the top. Hey, I guess we can't get rid of that one. It gives it that whole. It's mostly that drone string. We want that ding, 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 ding.
I've forgotten how it feels to touch.
All right, so for some reason or another, this is one of the reasons you feel the guitar is going away, because I killed the guitars in the verses, and so these are the original picking guitars, I think. Yeah, this is just one guitar, but two sources, the input and a microphone. Hold on a second, my sound isn't quite right. Check, check. There it is. I see how you are. But then I bring it out right when the singing starts and go just to these, even says strums broken echoes. I don't know what that, it might be affected. Yep. Here's
I keep seeing such good people.
maybe we'll bring, this one was muted. This is just the straight strums without the effect on it. And maybe we'll bring that back so it doesn't feel like the guitar goes away so much. And there should probably be a little fade on these guys so it's not so abrupt. And the same would hold true for this. Let's see what that does.
I've forgotten how it feels to touch. Lately I've remembered too much. I've forgotten how it feels to touch. Lately I've forgotten how it feels to touch. Lately I've remembered too much. Now as winter quickly tightens the bind and the only open window is online, I keep seeing such good.
Does that do something for you? Do you feel that?
Situations in such grave pain. Sometimes I have to remind myself what my grandma would say. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Boarded up storefronts, more storms on the way. Not for the wind, not for the rain, but for fear of a friend who might be lost in despair. Everything happens every day somewhere. When it's my house that's burning down and it seems like it's all gone up in flames, sometimes I have to remind myself what my grandma would say. Oh, it's not the end of the world. The end of the world.
Actually, I'm going to make these all not panned at all. I can do that in one fell swoop. Option click, reset back to 0. I find a lot of times if you can get it sounding good in mono with everything without any separation, then you can add some separation, put a little something in a little bit in the right speaker, a little bit in the left speaker, and it just gets even better. It starts taking on another dimension. But first things first, get it sounding good with everything just panned right down the middle. And if that's sounding good and dynamic, then that's a good sign. I was already, when I saw that guitar that I had missed, it was panned a little bit to the right, and I was like, well, the banjo is panned a little bit to the right, and it's in a similar register. I should pan it a little bit to the left, and it would have been nice like that or whatever. But that's when I was like, no, everything should go down the middle. We're not there yet, because you start moving everything to. Maybe I'm just not even that good enough to mix on 5 dimensions like that. I was thinking tonight, making dinner, I was thinking about magical thinking, and how, like, so a lot of times there's a push against magical thinking, and for understandable reasons. Especially when logic or science comes along to explain something. And maybe I have no idea what people mean, because I know there's also a meme of magical thinking, and maybe I don't know what that meme is, so I'm using this completely inappropriately. But in the way I'm thinking about it, my thought as I was scrubbing these potatoes is like, we're never going to get rid of magical thinking, and maybe that's probably a good thing. That's what I was thinking about. Like, there's always going to be somebody that's going to come along and make you believe in things that might not be true, but are sort of magic. It's always going to happen. And it might get disproven eventually, but I don't think we're ever going to live in a world where that doesn't exist. And it's not, and what I'm thinking about when I'm scrubbing these potatoes is not that they're, the reason why we'll never get rid of it is not because we'll never get rid of charlatans. We'll never get rid of magical thinking, because life is magic. And it's only charlatans that have found a way to communicate the true magic reality of existence on some level. Science seemed like it disproved magical thinking for a second, but but then it caught up with itself, and now you look at some of the way physics, from string theory on down, the way physicists talk these days, they sound like mystic poets. They almost sound like alchemists. And so you can't really fault, like, even intelligent people will always get duped by magical thinking. Like the guy that invented Sherlock Holmes, who obviously is a very, very, he created one of the wisest people in the world. So how many levels of intelligence is that? Still was completely duped by spiritualists that tried to help him get in touch with his passed on wife. That, and you're just like, how could somebody? But I don't think anyone is ever that far from being able to be convinced of magical thinking, because there's something deep within us that suspects there's way more than meets the eye, and there's just I think it's true that there's way more than meets the eye. So and we'll never be able to explain it. So it's always going to be a bit of a chaotic realm where we interact as human beings with that mystery. There will always be magical thinking. I think that's a good thing. And then I was done scrubbing the potatoes, and then I thought about something else.
I've forgotten how it feels to touch. Lately I've remembered too much.
I feel like that vocal needs to be brighter or something.
Now as winter quickly tightens the bind and the only open window.
I got new headphones now too, so I'm super confused about everything.
I keep seeing such good people in such situations, in such grave pain. Sometimes I have to remind myself what my grandma would say. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world.
More vocal, Ben says. All right.
Not for the wind, not for the rain, but for fear of a friend who might be lost in despair. Everything happens every day somewhere. And when it's my house that's burning down and it seems like it's all gone up in flames, sometimes I have to remind myself what my grandma would say. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world.
How's that? Is that better? More accordion. Oh, I love it, Monk. Yeah, get in your cans, get in your cans.
It's hard to tell from here who'll be.
Sort of cheating. Got two accordions going. That's something I think I'm guilty of trying to do too much, just because of my inexperience playing all these instruments. I just play the same thing twice and double it up, and it makes it a little thicker, but it also might muddy it up a little bit and might rob some heart connection. I don't know.
It's hard to tell from.
So what do y'all think? That's just one accordion. And here's two accordions. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to loop this and play it two accordions first, and then a second time I'll mute that top accordion and see what you think of just one by itself. Here we go.
hard to tell from here. It's hard to tell.
Boy, Discord really needs a quick poll. Hey, tech support, if you're watching now or if you do see this, note to selves, wonder if Percy could take a poll. Peter, good to see you. I think it's a little too muddy with two. Uh-huh. Hey, John. Pick that lockdown. I'm glad we have more opinions at the table. A little muddy with two. So we got one vote for two. We got all right, that's 2 votes for 2. I wonder if we can do something to make them less muddy. I know one thing we could do to make it less muddy would be, neither has even been EQ'd at all yet. So we could let them occupy different places in the EQ. Like, on that one we scoop it out there, and on this one we'll scoop it out down here.
It's hard to.
So that way this guy's sort of providing the low end range, and this guy's providing the high end range, scooped out with the low down here. That sort of cleaned it up a little bit, huh?
It's hard to tell from.
Boy, it's cool. It does a couple of things. That move did a few things. Almost sounded like horns there at the end. Did y'all hear that? That was, see? It is magic, man. It is magic. We'll let it keep playing after this.
It's hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust settles, when we clear the air. All my friends are lunatics, so they'll probably survive. They'll probably be glad to be alive. That's what happened on the Titanic. On the Titanic, the musicians played.
Oh, I just thought of a good job. Maybe for, I heard men at first, just a big group of men. But it may be everybody, who knows? But it might be funny and haunting in a way to suddenly hear a bunch of voices go, That's what happened on the Titanic, on the Titanic. Just that line.
Glad to be alive. That's what happened on the Titanic, on the Titanic. The musicians played. Sometimes.
But lots of voices. I heard like the drinking song vibe. That's what happened on the Titanic. On the Titanic, the musicians played.
Had to be alive. That's what happened on the Titanic. On the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have to remind myself what my grandma would say. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world.
I really like how big it gets.
It's not the end of the world.
It gets nice and big there. I'm proud of that. Well, you see, you guys said it was perfect, but we already made it better. Way better. Monk says, I am curious what those accordions do right when the vocals take over. Maybe draw the accordion out a single note and fade it under the vocal for a second. Let's see what you're saying. You mean where the... You want to hear it keep going under the vocal? I sure hope that's a kitty cat out there. Either that or it's a ghost. If a ghost kills me, it'll be on video. And then you'll be telling your grandkids, yeah, I once saw a man killed by a ghost on the internet. And they'll be like, nuh-uh, you did not. You'd be like, I swear on a stack of Bibles, I saw a man killed by a ghost on the internet. I was watching it live. He faked it. There's no way he could have faked it. He had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, but nothing compared to what I saw that night. So, that's, mark my words.
It's hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust settles when we clear.
Yeah, but you'd know what you saw. You'd know what you saw. You wouldn't. One night drinking, you confess it. Well, you know, he was a prankster all his life. So I let myself not believe what I saw with my own eyes. Well, all right, so the vocal starts here, and the longest note on any of the other takes is just right here, so it wouldn't really tuck under. I don't even know what note this is. Let's see what that does.
It's hard to tell from here. It's hard to tell from here.
I wonder if there's a way to fake what you're talking about. We could either add an accordion note. Do y'all hear this ghost? I'm not even kidding. I should put these on. There's some people out there, because we're working on the record, in headphones who might be able to hear this. Boy, you better hope this is not your mode of self-defense, because, boy, by the time you get these things on, you're a goner. I mean, I tell you what, you'd be like, hey, can you give me 20 minutes before you attack me, please? Because I got to put on my gloves. All right, folks. There's most certainly a ghost in these parts. Shh. It's like a, but it's like stuff's moving around out there, but it's not even like a cat. It's definitely a ghost. Well, you see, you heard a voice? This is pretty freaky, guys. Pretty freaky. Oh, yeah, Friday night. So we might mix it up a little bit this Friday and get Lex to track a little bit if there's something we need for him to do on the record. He said he'd be up for anything. So, oh, that's wrong. We're now at 11:30 p.m. That ad is not right. That ain't right.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh.
No, we'll play that one next time. All right, what were we doing? So we're just gonna drag a note to under the vocal, right? Was that the move? Oh goodness.
From here, who'll be there when the It's hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust settles, when we clear the air. It's hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust settles, when we clear the air. All my friends are lunatics, so they'll probably survive.
I think we'd have to stretch it too far. At a certain point, if you really try to stretch something, it starts really sounding artifacted and artificial. It starts going little squeaks and warbles. Can only go a little bit on those things.
It's hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust.
I don't know if it's the right sound or timing.
It's hard to tell from.
Of course, that's really loud in the mix, but still not right. Maybe we'll get religious.
hard to tell from here who'll be there.
It didn't make a noise. Must be Buddhist.
It's hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust. It's hard to tell from here who'll be there.
Why is it doing that?
It's hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust. It's hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust. It's hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust. It's hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust. It's hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust. It's hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust. It's hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust. It's hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust. It's hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust.
Seems silly to get so into something so small, but it's pretty cool, I feel like.
It's hard to tell from here who'll be there.
Mix it down a little bit. It might have been the best one.
It's hard to tell from here.
I might not have played exactly what I was hearing in my head. So close, though.
It's hard to tell from here who'll be there.
That one's pretty good. I just didn't play it as long as I like, but I like the way it came in. I'll take a couple more stabs. If not, we got one that works.
It's hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust. It's hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust. It's hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust. It's hard to tell from here who'll be there when.
All right, one of those has to work. Michael Lee, good to see you, buddy. Whittling away the day. We do have a deadline now, though, so just so you know, it's not too lackadaisical. We plan to have this thing in Spotify's hands by Valentine's Day, because this is Hippie Fiasco's musical love letter to the world. I wonder if the gloves look cooler like that. Almost. Yeah. Can almost tell they're boxing gloves now. If you don't hang your gloves, you're... How many Nathan Moore songs do you see behind me? I should scatter more. Oh, I moved my camera again. You can't really see the lamp. Last night we could see the lamp. Still haven't decided on the angles for all this stuff. There's the lamp in the background. This guy, Joe, on one of his world travels, had that made for me. Street art. Has my name in it and a guitar. You can see a little better. All right. Were we successful? Do we do it? Let's see. Accordion note. Sending it to the reverb. Wait, let me see how I'm doing this. All right, the whole. Nope, it's not. These guys are getting individually sent to the reverb room, so I'll do that. Go to your room, young accordion.
It's hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust. It's hard to tell from here.
Damn, it sounds on purpose. Ho, 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 ho. Monk, you the man.
It's hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust settles, when we clear the air. All my friends are lunatics, so they'll probably survive. Yeah. All my friends are here who'll be there when the dust settles, when we clear the air. All my friends are lunatics, so they'll probably survive. Yeah. All my friends are lunatics, so they'll probably survive. They'll probably when we clear the air. All my friends are lunatics. Clear the air. All my friends are lunatics, so they'll probably survive. When the dust settles, when we clear the air. All my friends are lunatics, so they'll probably survive. Settles when we clear the air. All my friends are lunatics, so they'll probably. All my friends are lunatics, so they'll probably.
I have a feeling this isn't going to work at all, but I have to try it because I heard it. I heard it. If I heard it, I want to see what it sounds like. Subliminally. Put them in there like ghosts.
Clear the air. All my friends are lunatics, so they'll probably survive.
Too low?
All my friends are lunatics, so they'll probably survive. They'll probably. Settles when we clear the air. All my friends are lunatics, so they'll probably survive. They'll probably be glad to be alive. That's what happened on the Titanic. On the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have to remind myself.
I could just do 10 of me.
My grandma would say, "Oh, it's not the end of the world."
Oh, I heard a bell. Ding, ding. Oh, I heard a bell. You know what Brian and I used at least twice. He sort of gifted me at the beginning of our session for a record that I have that's going to be coming out for real, not just on Spotify, but in the real world too. But he brought the first day of the session. He brought this ashtray in that he found at a thrift store, and it was old school, it was like brass or whatever, and it came up, and then it held the glass ashtray in this ornate thing, and we hit it with a stick, and it rang for like 20 minutes. It started ringing, and we went and got takeout, came back, and it was still ringing. Like, holy moly, this thing is magic. It doesn't even make any sense. It's out on our back porch at the moment, but I almost feel like I maybe just heard it. I might have just heard it. I might have to be right back. I think I might have heard the ashtray, so we should see how it sounds.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Cosmic magpie tie-dyes are everything. Tie-dyeing is when you fold, twist, pleat, crumple fabric, bind it with string or rubber bands, then apply dyes. This ancient process is not only alive and thriving today, but has evolved over time. And now, pioneers of the craft, Cosmic Magpie Tie-Dye is bringing the mind-blowing, beautiful results directly to you. Choose from the brilliant collection of already made masterpieces, each one of a kind. Visit their Etsy store and let the perfect one choose you. You can also send them stuff to tie-dye for you. Any light-colored 100% or high percentage cotton or other natural fibers can be tied and dyed. Go from this to this. Go to Etsy now and visit Cosmic Magpie Tie-Dye and get you yours.
We even gave it a name. I forget what the name was. All right, first things first, I should label these lunatics. Actually snowed a little bit out there. I ran up there, so now I'm a little out of breath. All right. Create a track. And if I don't hit it in the right place, we can move it as long as we get a good sound. Check this thing out. You'll see what I mean. Especially those in headphones. This thing it's just ridiculous. You can probably already tell. Oh man, we got to get into this thing on something. Whew. All right, let's grab this.
Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have to remind myself what my grandma would say. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world.
It's still going. Still going. It'll go forever. See, every now and again, smoking's good for you. Felt pretty good on the timing too. Did we peak out? We might have made it. Ashtray. Beautiful ashtray.
Myself, what my grandma would say, oh, it's not the end of the world.
Eh? Making sausage. Making sausage,
It's not
folks.
the end of the world.
Whoops.
Oh, it's not the end of the world.
Probably should have plugged that in.
Oh, it's not the end of the world.
God, it's exactly what I heard.
To myself, what my grandma would say, oh, it's not the end of the world.
God, we haven't even put any reverb on it yet. Oh, watch this. Go to your room. Go to your room. The reason I always say that, and forgive me, because a lot of you will hear me say these things a little redundantly, but I do want these videos to be a source of people watch them to learn stuff about recording and things like that. I have limited knowledge, but what I know I'll say, and some of it will probably be wrong, but even wrong can sometimes be helpful to hear. So it's too many disclaimers. I don't even know how to say it, because I guess I get a little befuddled because I know I'm not an engineer. I've spent a long time trying to learn how to become an engineer, only to find out it doesn't work like that. It's like you have to really want to do it from a very young age, I think, or have a gift for it, and then you dedicate your life to it and you become great at it. Just like everything else, you do it for 100,000 hours and you're a master. You either put in your 10,000 hours or whatever it is, or you're a prodigy, or you're some kind of freak. Can't help any of us anyways. So all we can do is on a certain level, I understand that I'm not qualified, but that doesn't mean I can't believe how embarrassed I am, tongue-tied by my brain at the moment, trying to describe this. Because all I'm really trying to say is I'm going to geek out and talk about stuff like I'm Bill Nye, like I'm Mr. Rogers. No, not Mr. Rogers. Although it's maybe that works. How to tie your shoes, how to tie your boxing gloves on. This is how you do it, kids. But at the same time, I've gone so long. This is one of the reasons I love life to a certain extent, is it seems like every so often I learn something that I'm like, oh my God, I cannot believe I went my whole life not knowing this. And it just blows my mind. I'm like, how could I have not known this the whole time? This would have made so much difference. So this would have changed. Sometimes when it happens, I'll get a little mad. I'm like, why didn't I know this the whole time? But then, it happens again. It happens again. It just keeps happening. And I know it's going to keep happening till the day I die. Right? The day I die, something that'll happen that morning, I'll be like, how could I have gone all this time and not known this? My goodness, this is going to make everything so much easier. So, if me rambling on, geeking out about what I think I know about what's going on in this magical mystery world of recording music, of compression and reverbs and all the whole caboodle, could take a few years off somebody's existence not knowing something that they're going to feel that way about, I feel like I have a civic duty to talk out loud about some of the stuff that I have learned along the way. But the thing that I'm geeking out about now is reverb rooms. Now I see reverb, and forgive me if you heard this before. We need to make highlight reels. Somewhat my interns can in the future cut this stuff out and make little tutorial videos for YouTube. YouTube's great for that. I've fallen in love with people that have walked me through what I'm trying to figure out on YouTube. I'm just like, bless this soul. They took the time to make this video teaching me how to do exactly what I'm trying to figure out how to do, which is everything from, fixing your car to making a stew. And these amazing soul, no matter how specific it is, how do I do this thing? I got this old radio, whatever, and there somebody is. And I'm like, you are a hero to me. And that's what they are. And if I could possibly be that to somebody else, someone just getting into home recording and they're like, oh my God, I've never used a reverb room like that before. I want to be that guy. I want to be your hero. Well, get to it, Nathan. Tell us what the hell you're talking about. I don't even want to anymore. I talk myself out of it. I'm not feeling it. I'm just. It's too much. It's just too much. But what reverb is this? It's in this context. It's a simulation of a space. Okay. Now let's put it a different way. Where do you like to sing? You like to sing in the shower, right? You like to sing in church. You like to sing in these spaces. You get in the shower and you're like, holy moly, I sound like Dean Martin up in this. Blowing your own mind. It's like, is the local opera hiring, please? Because I think I found my calling. You know what it is? It's the tile. It's the porcelain or the tile. All the sounds are bouncing off of it. So you go, hey, and it's like, hey, hey. It makes everything you do a little bit bigger. You go into a church or something like that, and you're like, ah. What's it like? You go, ah. No, it's like, ah, ah. See, if you do that just in the living room, oh yeah, man, it's like, what are you doing? If you do it in church, I mean, you summon the spirits. So reverb is a way to create that space because, people are in these studios singing into these microphones back in the day. And, it was cool, but it didn't sound as cool as being in the bathroom. It was like, you want me to go sing in the bathroom? I mean, how are we going to go to the church or what? So they had to find ways to create that space in the studio. And the ways that they have done over the years to create that space is some of what I love about humanity and such ingenuity for such creative purposes. There are so many famous studios that went to famous lengths to create these spaces. And, one of the simple ones was they would simply create a huge space, put a speaker in it, put a microphone in there. They would send the music to the speaker and then record the sound. So I would sing a vocal, and then they would play that vocal to the speaker in the giant room out there with a microphone in it, and then record that microphone and blend it in with mine. So there was my dry vocal, but then there it was in that room bouncing off those walls with all the reflections and stuff like that. There's things called spring reverbs, where they realize if you sent sound through a spring, it would go, whoa. Old guitar amps have that, where if you drop the amp from a short height, you'll hear the spring bounce back and forth. The sound's just going through that metal spring, and it's like a giant plate of metal that you can warble. It sounds like thunder. They send the sound into a giant plate. These are all things that they did, physical things. There's actually a spring. There's actually a giant plate of metal in a wooden box with plugs. You just plug the sound into it. So in the computer, all these things are simulating those things. Whether it's a room with mics in it, whether it's a big sheet metal thing. In fact, I think this one's using one of my favorite just software verbs, but one I use really often is called the EMT 140, which is a complete emulation, solid emulation of the plate reverb that Pink Floyd used on Dark Side of the Moon. They only had one reverb that they used on that entire record, and that record is soaking in reverb. Okay, so back to the track and the point I was making. One way, when you're first starting out, before you know this, you just start putting reverb on everything because you want a little reverb pretty much on everything. There's not much you want completely dry. It just makes things sound better. It gives them a little more depth. They ring a little bit longer. It's nice. But if you put reverb on every track, it's going to get A, super muddy, and B, you're going to be using a lot of your computer's processing power, which is not good. Look at how many tracks are going on in this song. If you put a reverb on every single one of them, that's a lot of computer power, and then you have to tweak each one individually. So what you do is you create one track with reverb and then send everything into that room, just like it was out there with a microphone. Just like you're sending it to the speaker in the big room. So up here, all these little knobs are sends. I'm sending, that's going to a delay, and this is going to the reverb, which is down here in its own little room. So when I say go to your room, I'm usually talking about the reverb room. This is just the reverb channel soloed. You can hear what's getting sent there. And see how it just sounds like a giant bathroom?
Who'll be there when the dust settles?
All right, so back to the point. We're sending this ashtray to its room. That's all I was trying to say. So here it is before. Which is so magic that we are now confused as to whether or not we have to put that in every chorus, right? Is it a nice little treat at the end that makes you happy? Or do we put it in every chorus? It's a tough one. All right, here it is, sent to the reverb room.
Oh, it's not. Ma would say, oh, it's not the end of the world.
It's the perfect note, too. It's just the perfect note. Blows my mind. It's crazy.
The end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world.
You want to hear the backwards trick? I'm game. It's a really fun thing to do with cymbal hits, too. If you take a thing like that, you look at that waveform, and you can tell it's going to be cool. So if you played that backwards, it would start back here, and then build up into this, like, this sucking out. It might... Let's just see what happens. Might not be the best place for that effect, but we'll see. Just that easy. Logic makes it that easy. Just hit reverse. Here we go.
All my friends are lunatics, so they'll probably survive. They'll probably be glad to be alive. That's what happened on the Titanic. On the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have to remind myself what my grandma would say. Oh, it's not the end of the world.
No, it was a good idea, but it sort of gives away the gimmick, gives away the gag. It doesn't do a whole lot except you can hear the tone before it comes in. Worth a try, though.
Ma would say, oh, it's not the end of the world. The world.
Does it happen again at the end?
It's not the end of the world.
Don't you want to hear it? Oh, man. Do we want to hear it every time? It's so hard.
The world. Oh, it's not the end of the world.
Oh, man. All right, we'll do it every time, see what happens.
Oh, it's
Nope,
not the
I missed
end
one.
of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world.
Don't want it at the end. But I missed one in here.
I said,
Do we want it here?
oh, it's not the end of the world. Say, oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world.
Maybe a little bit later.
Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world.
It's too late. I don't know if this idea is going to work, but
Oh, it's not the end of the world. End of the world. End of the world.
that's where I was sort of hearing it, but it might be silly.
It's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world.
God, should the first one be delayed like that?
It's not the end of the world.
God, do we have to do it every time now?
End of the world. Oh, it's not the 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 end of the world.
Right now, 1 and 3 are right on the one, and 2 and the second and the fourth one are a beat into it.
Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world.
Makes it really feel like someone's playing it. I like that about it.
Oh, it's not the end of the world.
Should that be delayed?
Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world.
Well, that's cool. We'll have that to play with. Make some of those decisions later if there's any to be made. All right. All right. Get your most critical ears on from the top. If you got a pencil and paper, it always helps when you come to these sessions. Little notes. Oh, it sounds like there's something a little weird going on under the second word and the third line and the third verse. Your co-producer. Here we go. Get ready with the memes, with the moving pics. Let's make a video on the fly. This is such a gold concept. I've realized the last few nights. I feel like I could just do this forever. We have lots of records that we have to make. We have the Al Howard record. We have the Whole Other record. We have whatever record's going to be the next batch of songs. But it sort of incorporates so many aspects of things I really like doing. And then as more and more people are watching too, as more and more of these animated GIFs, we can just be making crazy music videos with every time we listen back to the tracks or whatever. It's just the best of all worlds with a record at the end of the rainbow. I don't know. It's a good thing to do on this show. Here we go. Critical thinking though. Don't worry more about the mix than the memes. I'm just throwing those seeds out there at all times. Because here we go. One thought, a little short, ghostly background viola cello flourish under the musicians played. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. How do...
They'll probably be glad to be alive. That's what happened on the Titanic. On the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I had to be alive. That's what happened on the Titanic. On the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I
Maybe just that little... Oops.
had to be alive.
Oh, no, I hit record. But yeah, let's go ahead and make a track for it. We'll go 1 and 2. That might not be the best sound, but we can worry about this. Let's see here. Actually, it's a good one to start with. We might add a couple others to it. Let's see here. I don't have my overhead camera on. We'll just go with this shot. Oops, I made a little recording there.
Had to be alive. That's what happened on the Titanic. On the Titanic, the musicians played. Had to be alive. That's what happened on the Titanic. On the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have to remind myself. Had to be alive. That's what happened on the Titanic.
All right.
Had to be alive. That's what happened on the Titanic. On the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have to remind myself what my...
No, I love those notes, but I also feel like it's giving up the gag at the beginning.
Had to be alive. That's what happened on the Titanic. On the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have to remind myself what...
It's hard to get out and in. Let's see here.
Had to be alive. That's what happened on the Titanic. On the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have to remind myself. Had to be alive. That's what happened on the Titanic. On the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have to remind...
Yeah, let's add to that. Uh-oh. That's too much for what we're trying to do here, but holy moly, that's fun. What a good sound. Hey. Just coming out of the right speaker. There we go. That's my new favorite sound, by the way. not for this.
Had to be alive. That's what happened on the Titanic. On the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have to.
Nope. I don't need that much warning, really. Hey, kitty cat.
Titanic, on the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have to remind myself. Titanic, on the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have.
Might not be the right sound either.
Titanic, on the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have to remind
that's it. That's it. Hold on. I didn't play it right.
Titanic, on the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have to remind myself what my grandma would say. Titanic, on the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have to remind myself. Titanic, on the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have to remind myself.
How about that?
Titanic, on the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have to remind myself what.
Was it too cheesy? Here, let's send it. Go to your room. See what I did there? Go to your room.
Titanic, on the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have to remind myself what my grandma would say. Titanic, on the. They're lunatics, so they'll probably survive. They'll probably be glad to be alive. That's what happened on the Titanic. On the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have to remind myself what my grandma would say. Oh, it's not the end of the world.
Great idea, Monk. Great idea. Did we pull it off? Did we pull it off? That's the question.
Lunatics, so they'll probably survive. They'll probably be glad to be alive. That's what happened on the Titanic. On the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes
I think we got a thumbs up.
have to remind myself what my grandma would say. Oh, it's not the end of the world.
Not bad, right?
Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have to remind
Somebody just snuck some bacon grease into the sausage. Oh, man. All right. From the top. Here we go. Critical listening, folks. Critical listening.
I've forgotten how it feels to touch. Lately I've remembered too much. Now as winter quickly tightens the bind and the only open window is online, I keep seeing such good people in such situations, in such grave pain. Sometimes I have to remind myself what my grandma would say. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Boarded up storefronts, more storms on the way. Not for the wind, not for the rain, but for fear of a friend who might be lost in despair. Everything happens every day somewhere. And when it's my house that's burning down and it seems like it's all gone up in flames, sometimes I have to remind myself what my grandma would say. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust settles, when we clear the air. All my friends are lunatics, so they'll probably survive. They'll probably be glad to be alive. That's what happened on the Titanic. On the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have to remind myself what my grandma would say. Oh, it's not the end of the world.
Yes. Love the ashtray.
Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world.
Saving. Bouncing? Bouncing? So bouncing is when you mix it all down to one file. Take all these tracks and mix them down to a stereo file, like an MP3 or a WAV file that you can play in your iTunes, send to a friend. That's bouncing. You bounce it down. Bouncing first originated in the studio when they were recording on tape, and tape, is tape. Don't even get me started on the magical thinking about how Aretha Franklin's voice could stick to tape and then be completely replicated in a room through a speaker. I'll never understand it in a million years, how grooves in a record can actually possess the spirit of the music of Possessed by Paul James. How does it even work? What's even going on there? Doesn't make any sense. But I digress into magical thinking. Tape, is like a strip of tape, and for a long time you could just record left and right on it. Eventually they got 4 tracks right before Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band was one of the first 4 tracks. They had 4 tracks, and all that was on the tape. You just split it into 4 sections going down the length of the tape, and one sound is on each parallel line. Looks a lot like this over here. 4 tracks. So what they would do is they would record onto the first 3 tracks, right? And then bounce that, mix that down to the 4th track. And then they could add 3 more parts. They were getting creative. So bouncing back in the day meant that a lot of times. All right, we're bouncing the bass and drums down to 1 track, or the rhythm tracks all down to 1 track. But then, that's a commitment. Then it's just there forever. But it would free up 3 more tracks. So if they were in a session, and they'd be like, bouncing, 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 they would, everybody would take a break for a second while they bounced all that stuff down to 1 track. And then they keep going. So in these parts, bouncing means, all right, should we move on to something else? Should we mix that down for now? Or do we need another listen? Ping-ponging back in the day. You called that, in what field? Was ping-ponging in music? What is that in reference to? The world of tape is so mysterious, and it still sounds so good. I'm so glad I got to make a lot of records on tape. I'm just old enough that I was alive and playing music professionally before the digital revolution. Before the internet, basically. And I'm so grateful for that. And because of that, I also know what a lot of the software stuff is emulating. When, I've seen the physical things. That's why a lot of these plugins, compressor looks like, they make it look like the actual things that were in these studios, that are still in a lot of these studios. Definitely an analog resurgence coming back, but it'll always sound amazing. But the question on the table at the moment is, should we move on to something else? Or is there... I do find it hard to believe that this mix is anywhere close to being done. I mean, it could be close to being done, but we said that an hour ago, and we've done a lot of really cool stuff since then. Just saying. I've forgotten how it feels to touch. Lately I've remembered too much. Now as winter quickly tightens the bind and the only open window is online, I keep seeing such good people in such situations, in such grave pain. Sometimes going to interrupt this listen just to say I have a feeling like if Brian was doing this, I just heard his guitar in there, and it would be like this really steady chicka 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 driving, just he's so good at. I suck at this. I would have to do it several times to get it, and maybe that's something I should try not during the show, but when we're live. But I was just hearing it a little bit. I don't know if I don't know, but listen and see if you hear what I'm talking about. Just an acoustic guitar, just being like chicka 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 chicka.
I've forgotten how it feels to touch. Lately I've remembered too much. Now as winter quickly tightens the bind,
I suck at that.
The only open window is online. I keep seeing such good people in such situations, in such grave pain. Sometimes I have to remind myself what my grandma would say. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world.
I guess I hear a guitar in there already. Well, in the choruses.
Storms on the way, not for the wind.
This guy started doing that, I
Not
think.
for the rain, but for fear of a friend who might be lost in despair. Everything happens every day somewhere. When it's my house that's burning down, and it seems like it's all gone up in flames, sometimes I have to remind myself what my grandma would say. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Oh, it's not the end of the world. Hard to tell from here who'll be there when the dust settles, when we clear the air. All my friends are lunatics, so they'll probably survive. They'll probably be glad to be alive. That's what happened on the Titanic. On the Titanic, the musicians played. Sometimes I have to remind myself what my grandma would say. Oh, it's not the end of the world. 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 Oh, it's not the end of the world.
Disco is not locked. Shouldn't be. Love to see you. There you are. Well, should we bounce that and move on to something else? Seeing what video I could play while we open something else. What should it be?
Hippie Fiasco.
What should we open up? What should we open up? Here, I'll bounce this.
Don't make me destroy you. Obi-Wan didn't tell you everything, Percy. Don't make me destroy you. I am your father.
I love how the stormtroopers, when you finally, after all these years, you hear them speak, and they're like, "Oh well, I guess they went over that way." You're like, "Damn it," because Darth was always, and the stormtroopers are always so ominous in their silence, and then you finally hear them speak. It's like, "Well, I don't know which way he went." It's like, "Oh God, that's not really scary at all." All of me. Why not take all of me? Can't you see? I'm so lost without you. You took the part that once was my heart. Now why not take all of me? You took the best. Now how's about the rest? Why not take all of me? Why not take all of me?
Hippie Fiasco.
All right, we got it. It's pretty much bounced. Bouncing. See, it even says it in there. The lingo follows us. How about oh goodness, Imogene? Without your love, if I'm real, or at night the world is mine. Come over, honeybee. Let's see, have there been any? Oh, by the way, good news. Tomorrow night, OK Google It is going to be back in action, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Dad is ready with 20 more questions. First show of 2021. Got some new varieties of Taos Hum hot sauce in the pipeline, too. I don't know if they'll be ready for tomorrow night's game, but that is a seasonal thing. You know, they're growing all their fresh peppers out there, and it's like a winery. It's like, oh, how is it going to be this season? What's this season going to be like? It's so exciting. All right. We still got some good people out there watching in the wings, and love to hear from you of what song should we open up now. I got a little bit of life left in me. There's Bad Time to Be a Clown. Here's a list. I know it's hard to remember. Let's see if I can find the list. I have made a website. I could show that right now. This is the list at the moment. Bad time to be a clown. Not the end of the world. Lie to me, baby. Honeybee. Used to be a rambling man. At night the world is mine. Imogene. That's Catherine pointed out to me earlier that I wasn't spelling that right. Imogene. Her love for this song is the whole reason it's on the list. That song just sort of was, I was just messing around in the studio one night and made it up in the project. I didn't even write it on guitar or anything first. I was just messing around with my recording stuff and made it all up as I was singing it. I think once I first found it, I wrote the first verse and sang it right into the recording, and then paused it, then thought up what the second one would be, and then just recorded it right away. Sort of like it has a repeating mantra thing. Up in Smoke hasn't even been started yet. That's one. I'm wondering if Lex is really going to do some tracking Friday night, what we should really get into. I was thinking one thing we could do is create, if he brings his upright bass over, we could try to track the basic tracks for One More Time Old Friend, which has to be the last song on the record, of course. I love that we already know what the last song is going to be. Up in Smoke has not been tracked at all. In fact, I do not even know how it goes. I know loosely how it goes. It was written during the show. There's a few songs, that were born right around the show, and they were played on the show once, and then I never played them again, and now I can't quite remember how they go. Remember that one I wrote when the protests were really big, and I wrote one about all the different goddesses, whatever. Remember, Dark Czar really gave me some good guidance on that song. I sang it one night, and he was like, I don't know. I didn't know either, but then he gave me an idea, and I ran with his idea, and the next night it was a completely different song. There's Cuckoo, but that was so topical. I tried to make it as timeless and universal as possible, but it still feels dated. Then Come Over is already pretty elaborate, because that was the one song we did back in the day where I solicited a lot of parts right at the beginning of lockdown. I was like, let's make this record, record this song together. And I got like some beautiful violins and harmonies and stuff for that. So that was another thing from this lockdown time. And then One More Time Old Friend. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I feel like this list is missing one. What would that be? It's Not the End of the World. No, it's there. God, You're an Idiot Man, which I'm still doubting should be on the record, but it's in the running. Some of these songs will not survive the cut. Some will not make the cut. Some might be added that we don't know yet. It's gonna get bloody. It's gonna be brutal. You might one day get asked, like Sophie's Choice, if you had to cut one of these songs, what would it be? What if we're making vinyl and it doesn't fit? If you had to cut 2, which ones would you cut? Wonder if there's an order that tells a story. Sometimes I'm convinced there's a whole story being told by the order of the album. And then in this song, they're blah, blah, blah. All right. Last I heard Bad Time to Be a Clown, it was a little bass heavy, and I rarely say that. I like the sound of it. Well, let's check in on it. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, Cuckoo could maybe be picking the lockdown is not a timeless thought in the first place. It's already a a rooted in historical reference collection. So maybe that criteria eliminates that pressure, and maybe Cuckoo would be a fun one to do. Definitely worth considering. All right, got Bad Time open. Yep, we can hear that.
If they were only feeling down, I could make a funny sound. I could dance a silly dance, oh, I've dared. I can pride.
God, there's a lot of weird stuff going on there. Why are those cut up like that? About to hear another pause and a click. I hate that. Those clicks are loud. See if I helped it. We got to make it sound. See, that's going to be part of your co-producing and part of our secret sauce here on the Hippie Fiasco Rides Again record is that, you know, one of the first things you do when you're in the studio, and this is one of my favorite things being in the studio making records, is you get a mix and you've been listening to it in this room forever, but the ultimate test is to go out and listen to it in your car. The car test. It's huge. You know your car stereo. You listen to music in there all the time. It's the truth test because it's been mixed in the room. It sounds good in the room, but how's it going to sound in the car? And that's just such a great ritual. All right, to the car. All right. I've been in cars with 20 people before listening to a mix. it's a great camaraderie moment. Go out there with a cold beer. Ooh-wee. There's some memories there. The car test. So you guys can give it the old car test. You can be like, oh, it's rumbling my speakers in my TV room. You know, you listen. A lot of studios have really terrible speakers in there. There's the boombox test too. Every studio has a boombox in case it's too cold to go out to your car. But put it in a shitty boombox. How's it sound? You know how Michael Jackson's going to sound coming out of it? How do you sound coming out of it? Boombox. But yeah, testing in different sources, different places. If it's rumbling in your speakers like other music doesn't in your, that's important information. We have to fix that. And that's going to be a part of our secret sauce, is having so many ears, so many sources. Not that we should get overwhelmed thinking about it, but I'll tell you what, it's in our favor.
If they were only feeling down, I could make a funny sound. I could dance a silly dance, oh, I've dared. I can prideful rebound just to entertain a crowd. But there's nothing I can do when they are scared. If they only had a frown, I could turn it right around.
Oh, yeah.
If they were only down and out, I know how. What am I gonna do now? It's a bad time, a bad time to be a clown.
That's Lex and Cather singing
The flower
the backups.
in my lapel has a dried up empty well. Used to hold the water that I'd squirt. Now I give the ball a squeeze, it just puffs a tiny breeze. No one's whistling while they work. If they only had a smile, I could play with it a while. If they only wanted style, I know how. What am I gonna do now? It's a bad time, a bad time to be a clown. Unless they got a big red nose, just how much it blows to read this news. Oh, my strange weather friends, I wouldn't recommend taking a single step inside my shoes. You just be falling down the street, tripping on your feet. They only fit me anyhow. What am I gonna do now? It's a bad time, a bad time to be a clown. It's a bad time, a bad time to be a clown.
Oops.
If they were only
All right. So thoughts on that? I feel like this is a cool mix. I think there's some drums in here that are muted. Wait, here they come. All right, check it out now. I liked it without. I mean, maybe that was a sign from God. That's pretty groovy too.
If they were only feeling down, I could make a funny sound. I could dance a silly dance, oh, I've dared. I can prideful rebound just to entertain a crowd. But there's nothing I can do when they are scared. If they only had a frown, I could turn it right around. If they were only down and out, I know how. What am I gonna do now? It's a bad time, a bad time to be a clown. The flower in my lapel has a dried up empty well. Used to hold the water that I'd squirt. Now I give the ball a squeeze, it just puffs a tiny breeze. No one's whistling while they work. If they only had a smile, I could play with it a while. If they only wanted style, I know how. What am I gonna do now? It's a bad time, a bad time to be a clown. Unless they got a big red nose, just how much it blows to read this news. Oh, my strange weather friends, I wouldn't recommend taking a single step inside my shoes. You just be falling down the street, tripping on your feet. They only fit me anyhow. What am I gonna do now? It's a bad time, a bad time to be a clown. It's a bad time, a bad time to be a clown.
All right, talk to me, talk to me. Well, we can easily undo what we did, but I don't know. Let's listen with that. That's some bass right there. That's some bass right there. It's there.
If they were only feeling down, I could make a funny sound. I could dance a silly dance, oh, I've dared. I can pratfall, rebound just to entertain a crowd. But there's nothing I can do when they're scared. If they only had a frown, I could turn it right around. If they were only down and out, I know how. What am I gonna do now? It's a bad time, a bad time to be a clown. The flower in my lapel has a dried up empty well. Used to hold the water that I'd squirt. Now I give the ball a squeeze, it just puffs a tiny breeze. No one's whistling while they work. If they only had a smile.
You want to hear other kick drums?
If they
or dial this one in.
I know how. What am I gonna do now? It's a bad time, a bad time to be a clown.
This is Lex whistling.
Oh no, nobody knows unless they got a big red nose just how much it blows to read this news. Oh, my strange weather friends, I wouldn't recommend taking a single step inside my shoes. You just be falling down the street, tripping on your feet. They only fit me anyhow. What am I gonna do now? It's a bad time, a bad time to be a clown. It's a bad time,
Right? A hell of a whistle.
to be a clown.
Looks like I'm peeking out the master fader there a little bit. I don't see this whistle must be mislabeled. Nope. Oh, it's here. I see. This is one. If you see the video I made for this track a while back, it was a way different mix than this. And in fact, originally I had two of his whistles doubled up, like we were talking about earlier. And when I revisited this mix recently, I was like, maybe I should see what just one sounded like, and it just hit my heart immediately better. It easy to imagine. I think I've done that way too often in the past. Sometimes it's a really effective thing to do, and sometimes it sounds cool, but it's not the move. I feel like I should bring that whistle down just a little bit. I can't tell if it needs to be EQ'd, but... Unless they got a big red nose. Just oh no, nobody knows unless they got a big red. Oh no, nobody knows unless they got a big red nose. Just how much it blows to read this news. Oh my strange weather friends, I wouldn't recommend taking a single step inside my shoes. You just be falling down the street, tripping on your feet. They only fit me anyhow. What am I gonna do now? It's a bad time, a bad time to be a clown. It's a bad time. Oh no, nobody knows unless they got a big red nose. Just how much it blows to read this news. Oh my strange weather friends, I wouldn't recommend taking a single step inside my shoes. It's too good. You just be falling down the street, tripping on your feet. They only fit me anyhow. What am I gonna do now? It's a bad time, a bad time to be a clown. It's a bad time, a bad time to be a clown. I got lucky on that ending. That's pretty good. Daggone. What's really to say to that? Maybe these are fun. Lex laid some moog down for this track. This is under his whistling. It's sitting in there perfect. Let's see what this guy is. Oh, no.
blows to read this news. Oh no, nobody knows unless they got a big red nose just how much it blows to read this news. Oh, my strange weather friends, I wouldn't recommend taking a single step inside my shoes. You'd just be falling down the street, tripping on your feet. They only fit me anyhow. What am I gonna do now? It's a bad time to be a clown. It's a bad time to be a clown.
I could use a little more backups there at the end.
What am I gonna do now? It's a bad time to be a clown. It's a bad time to be a clown.
Was it too much or just right? Well, oh gosh. Too much or just maybe just a hair down? I'll take it up 5 dB. We'll take it up 4. It's often good to move in increments of 4. If you're wondering if something is too loud, too soft, cut it up 4. See where it is then.
It's a bad time to be a clown. It's a bad time to be a clown.
Eh? That's pretty good sounding mix if you ask me. All right. Well, we should bounce that. I should wrap this up a little bit. Maybe we'll open. I'd like to open Imogene just for a second to give it a listen on the way out. Maybe it'll be our leaving song or something. Yeah. Let me bounce this. Bad Time to Be a Clown. It's a cool sounding mix. I'm so proud of it. Whoa, that's a weird feeling. What is this? What is this strange feeling?
Down, I could make a funny sound. I could dance.
Yeah, that bass isn't nearly as nicely mixed as it is now.
I can pratfall, rebound just to entertain a crowd. But there's nothing I can do when they are scared. If they only had a frown, I could turn it right around. If they were only down and out, I know how. What am I gonna do now? It's a bad time to be a clown. The flower in my lapel has a dried up empty well. They used to hold the water that I'd squirt. Now I give the ball a squeeze, it just puffs a tiny breeze. Oh, no one's whistling while they work. If they only had a smile, I could play with it a while. If they only wanted style, I know how. What am I gonna do now? It's a bad time, bad time to be a clown. Nobody knows, unless they got a big red nose, just how much it blows to read this news. My strange weather friends, I wouldn't recommend taking a single step inside these shoes. You'd be tripping on your feet, falling down the street. They only fit me anyhow. What am I gonna do now? It's a bad time, bad time to be a clown. It's a bad time, bad time to be a clown.
When I drink a lot of whiskey, I get a little creepy. I'm Sam Chase and he's John Craigie.
I drink one beer and I get a little sleepy. He's Sam Chase and I'm John Craigie. I wear bell bottoms and embroidered shirts. He's Sam Chase and I'm John Craigie.
I wear all black cause it's slimming and I'm short. I'm Sam Chase and he's John Craigie.
We're both full of shit, but you got to admit it's the good kind of shit. Took some acid and I feel fine. He's Sam Chase and I'm John Craigie.
I took the same acid and lost my damn mind. I'm Sam Chase and he's John Craigie.
I sang to the sun and danced with the trees. He's Sam Chase and I'm John Craigie.
Then I cried all night in a porta potty. Oh, I'm Sam Chase and he's John Craigie.
We're both full of shit, but you got to admit it's the good kind of shit. I bought some kombucha from a 4-hour drive. He's Sam Chase and I'm John Craigie.
And I once drank my own pee just to stay alive. Oh, I'm Sam Chase and he's John Craigie.
Backstage they feed me hummus and chips. He's Sam Chase and I'm John Craigie.
And I have a crippling porn addiction. Oh, I'm Sam Chase and he's John Craigie.
We're both full of shit, but you got to admit it's the good kind of shit.
I have a history of being awkward with the ladies. I'm Sam Chase and he's John Craigie.
I'm also awkward with girls. He's Sam Chase and I'm John Craigie. All I ever wanted was to sing with Sam Chase. He's Sam Chase and I'm John Craigie.
And I'm just here cause I'm getting paid. Oh, I'm Sam Chase and he's John Craigie.
We're both full of shit, but you got to admit it's the good kind of shit. Oh,
Collie tater flakes. I like 'em.
You like Ollie's tater flakes, tater flakes, tater flakes. Buy 'em now for goodness sake. Crispy Collie's tater flakes, crispy Collie's tater flakes.
Mmm, good.
For meals and snacks the folks all say tater flakes are sure okay. Buy 'em now for goodness sake. Crispy Collie's tater flakes, crispy Collie's tater flakes.
Crispy Collie Tater Flakes. There's really no better tater flake on the market today, folks. Crispy Collie Tater Flakes go great on just about anything. I like to stir some into my coffee in the morning. And then at the end of the night, I'll just turn the box upside down and pour it straight into my mouth.
You like Ollie's tater flakes, tater flakes, tater flakes. Buy 'em now for goodness sake. Crispy Collie's tater flakes.
That's right, Crispy Collie Tater Flakes. Tonight's episode of American Night Out brought to you by Crispy Collie Tater Flakes. Good. Now, back to our regularly scheduled programming, where we were just getting ready to... What?
wasn't my time. I thought I had.
So Kethra was saying earlier she wasn't thinking that this is working, and I think she's right. I'm trying to mix the two ideas. I still believe and with I thought I saw it. But so all these guys here are like I still believe, and it just sort of clashes. I love the idea. Maybe there's another way to pull it off that I haven't thought of yet.
I thought I had a gift, it wasn't my gift, it wasn't my gift. I thought it was my time, it wasn't my time, it wasn't my time. I thought I had a friend, it wasn't my friend, it wasn't my friend. Imogene, she fooled me, and I might have lost my mind.
Imogene, right from the top.
Sometimes I feel like I've stolen everything, and there's no way to bring it back. And it comes as no relief to romanticize the thief. Oh, it's no use to anyone but me. I thought it wasn't my thought, it wasn't my thought. I thought I dreamt a dream, it wasn't my dream, it wasn't my dream. I thought I saw a light, it wasn't a light, it wasn't a light. Imogene, she fooled me, and I lost her in the night. Lost her in the night. I still believe there's more than I see, much more than can meet the eye. I still believe sit still as can be, if I sit still enough I will fly. I still believe the words are free to fail to part the sky. But Imogene, she fooled me, now who am I?
I don't know if that would be my voice. I don't know if I can go higher.
I thought I had a gift, it wasn't my.
I wonder if one of these early would work at all.
I thought I had a gift. I still believe, I thought I had a gift.
Yeah, it almost works. maybe ghosted in there. I don't know. Can it happen every time?
If it wasn't my gift, I still believe. I thought it was my time. It wasn't my gift. I still believe. I thought it. If it wasn't my gift, I still believe. I thought it was my time. It was.
How does it almost work?
Wasn't my gift, it wasn't my gift. I still believe. I thought it was my time, it wasn't my time, it wasn't my time. I still believe. I thought
Right on the last word, maybe?
it wasn't my gift. I still believe. I thought it.
Ooh, how about that?
Gift, it wasn't my gift, it wasn't my gift. I still believe. I thought it was my time, it wasn't my time, it wasn't my time. I still believe. I thought I had a friend, it wasn't my friend, it wasn't my friend. Imogene.
Oh, that's he's singing Imogene there.
Friend, it wasn't my friend. I still believe. Imogene, she fooled me, and I might have lost my mind.
Me too, very. So that should come in early. Oh, that's pretty good. Check this out.
Time, it wasn't my time. I still believe. I thought I had a friend, it wasn't my friend, it wasn't my friend. I still believe. Imogene, she fooled me, and I might have lost my mind.
It's a pretty raw track. It's so tempting just to leave it as raw as possible. Even this beginning is the ukulele and the vocal are on the same mic. It looks like I copied it and affected it differently to rag it out even more.
Sometimes I feel like
Isn't it good? That trading is sweet. I'm 100% with you. 100%. The trading is sweet. It's like it's on purpose. It is on purpose. Gives whole new meaning to on purpose. It's on purpose now. 2 observations. The rocking part of the song needs to be longer. Uh-oh. That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff. We could make it happen. We could make it happen. That's a whole thing. I'm not saying no.
Sometimes I feel like I've stolen.
I guess I should really look at what this is.
Sometimes I feel like I've stolen everything.
Where all am I sending
There's
this?
no way to bring.
And I got the EMT going. God, why was I sending stuff to this? God, I must have watched some YouTube video telling me to create a compression room or something. Wait a second. Oh, that's the Ocean Way Studio plugin. It looks like it simulates a famous recording studio, the room itself. These are the microphones. This is the instrument. It's really famous. A lot of huge records were made at Ocean Way Studios. Now this one, this was there are going to be some limitations unless we really try to branch out and oh no, all right, I take that back. I saw a drum bounce and I was like, we might be stuck with those drums, but it looks like I just bounced them and I still have the MIDI here that we could change. So here, I'm not sure how much I'm getting a cool sound from whatever I did to the bounce of the drums, but we'll pretend that they're not bounced and see how these sound. If these are in the same ballpark, then we'll have complete control. We can swap out the snares and stuff. Grabbed you by the short hairs. Is that a good thing? It sounds painful.
Sometimes I feel like.
All right, so a little less affected. Why are these off?
Sometimes I feel like I've stolen everything. And there's no way to bring it back. And it comes as no relief to romanticize the thief. Oh, it's no use to anyone.
Cliffhanger. God, why do we even need this other one? What's this guy doing?
Sometimes I feel like I've stolen everything. And there's no way to bring it back.
I like the sound of the other one. I'm going to mute this and see what happens.
Sometimes I feel like I've stolen everything. And there's no way to bring it back. Sometimes I feel like I've stolen everything. Sometimes I feel like I've stolen. Sometimes I feel like I've stolen everything. And there's no way to bring it back. And it comes as no relief to romanticize the thief. Oh, it's no use to anyone but me. Imogene, she fooled me and I lost her in the night.
Let me know if one grabs you.
I still believe there's more than I see, much more.
It's pretty cool.
than can meet the eye. I still believe, sit still as can be. If I sit still enough, I will fly. I still believe the words are free to fail to part the sky. And Imogene, she fooled me. Now who am I? I thought I had a gift, it wasn't my gift, it wasn't my gift. I still believe. I thought it was my time, it wasn't my time, it wasn't
That's
my
a piccolo, apparently.
I thought I had a friend, it wasn't my friend, it wasn't my friend. I still believe. Imogene, she fooled me, and I might have lost my mind. Sometimes I feel like I've stolen everything, and there's no way to bring it back. And it comes as no relief to romanticize the thief. Oh, it's no use to anyone. I thought it wasn't my thought, it wasn't my thought. I thought I dreamt a dream, it wasn't my dream, it wasn't my dream. I thought I saw a light, it wasn't a light, it wasn't a light. Imogene, she fooled me and I lost her in the night.
Not sure what I thought of the piccolo. Poppier, not as flat. Not sure what you mean by poppier. You being,
Oh, it's no use.
Yeah, I'll try to upload them right when we go off air. I should be able to do that. I just keep a note of which ones we did. I remember.
Sometimes I feel to anyone but me. I thought it wasn't my thought, it wasn't my thought. I thought I dreamt a dream, it wasn't my dream, it wasn't still believe, sit still and
Oh, how about that one?
sit still enough, I will fly. I still believe the words are free to fail to part the sky. Imogene, she fooled me. Now who am I?
It's interesting.
I thought I had a gift, it wasn't my gift, it wasn't my gift. I thought it was my time, it wasn't my time, it wasn't my time. I thought I
Ooh, how about that one?
friend, it wasn't my friend, it wasn't my friend. Imogene, she fooled
I might have, it's the piccolo again.
lost my mind.
What do you think of this drum?
I thought I had a gift, it wasn't my gift, it wasn't my gift. I thought
I love this.
it was my time, it wasn't my time, it wasn't my time.
Symbol on it.
I thought I had a friend, it wasn't my friend, it wasn't my friend. Imogene, she fooled me, and I might have lost my mind.
Oh, there's one not Poppy.
Gift, it wasn't my gift, it wasn't my gift. I thought it was my time, it wasn't my time, it wasn't my time. I thought I had a friend, it wasn't my friend, it wasn't my friend. Imogene, she fooled me, and
I think this is the original.
my mind. I thought I had a gift, it wasn't my gift, it wasn't my gift. I thought it was my time, it wasn't my time, it wasn't my time. I thought I had a friend, it wasn't my friend, it wasn't my friend. Imogene, she fooled me, and I might have lost my mind.
It's a tough one. I love them all. I love them all. How do you know? How does one know such things? That one sounds pretty cool, though. Piccolo sounded cool, a little lower in the mix. Monk says, so in regards to the song needs to be longer, I just want that chorus to keep going on one more time, but like with all the layers doubled up, maybe even with only the vocals and no music. It's gorgeous, that chorus. I don't. There's not really a chorus, though. It's different every time. Every line's different. You like the snappier, poppier, bright. You like the snappier, poppier, brighter one. Okay. Like that guy? It's your piccolo.
I thought I had a gift, it wasn't my gift, it wasn't my gift. I thought it was my time, it wasn't my time, it wasn't my time. I thought I had a friend, it wasn't my friend, it wasn't my friend. Imogene, she fooled me, and I might have lost my mind.
Oh, cool. Have you done them? You could probably just drag and drop them into the new Discord room, picking the lockdown. I think we've upped the server enough that we have. I don't know. I forget what our megabyte limit is, but it's like 50 or something. Oh, you already sent links. All right, sweet.
Sometimes I feel like I've stolen everything, and there's no way to bring it back. And it comes as no relief to romanticize the thief. Oh, it's no use to anyone. She fooled me and I lost her in the night. I still believe there's more than I see, much more than can meet the eye. I still believe sit still as can be. If I sit still enough, I will fly. I still believe the words are free to fail to part the sky. Imogene, she fooled me.
I don't know if he has. Well, I'm grabbing these files and my computer's mad at me. What are you doing, dude? I'm already doing all this stuff. Even, but I just learned something there. Even opening Facebook made my buttons not work. So that's pretty interesting. But I got them. I do believe. Gotta make sure I got them before I close the browser. Yeah, got them. All right. Thank you, Google. I appreciate you. All right, where should I drag? I should put these somewhere good too. Let's see. Dragging them into the folder inside the project. I could have just dragged them right on over, but this part should be good, should be fun. Create new tracks. Sweet. I'm going to go ahead and stack these guys. Create a track stack. Morgan.
Sometimes I feel like I've stolen everything. There's no way to bring it back. And it comes as no relief to romanticize the thief. Oh, it's no use to anyone but me.
That's so fun. That's so fun. My first instinct is that I like the naked vocal at the beginning, but then there's some stuff towards the end that's so nice. We probably should definitely ghost that in there, especially right here.
To anyone.
It's so fun. So glad you're doing this.
Sometimes I feel oh, it's no use to anyone. To anyone. To anyone. To anyone. To anyone. Me. Sometimes I feel like I've stolen everything, and there's no way to bring it back. And it comes as no relief to romanticize the thief. Oh, it's no use to anyone.
Before I do that.
To anyone. Me. To anyone. Me. to romanticize the thief. Oh, it's no use. Sometimes I feel like I've stolen everything, and there's no way to bring it back. And it comes as no relief to romanticize the thief. Oh, it's no use to anyone.
Nice, nice, fun.
I thought it was in my thought, it was in my thought. I thought I dreamt a dream, it was in my dream, it was in my dream. I thought I saw a light, it wasn't a light. I thought I saw.
Clean that up a little bit.
I thought I saw a dream. I thought I saw a light. It wasn't a light. It wasn't a light. Imogene, she fooled me, and I lost her in the night.
Nice.
Her in the night. I still believe there's more than I see, much more than can meet the eye. I still believe, sit still as can be, if I sit still enough I will fly. I still believe the words are free to fail to part the sky. Imogene, she fooled me, now who am I?
Nice.
I still believe there's more than I see, much more than can meet the eye. I still believe there's more than I see, much more than can meet the eye. I still believe, sit still as can be, if I sit still enough I will fly. I still believe the words are free to fail to part the sky.
Nice.
Imogene.
There's a couple of words that don't quite line up, but I can't tell if they need to be. I can flex them, but I'm not sure we need it.
I still believe there's more.
I really like the. We got to do something with the.
I still believe there's more.
I love that. I still believe.
I still believe the world.
Yeah, that one. How crazy should we get? How crazy should we get?
I still believe. I still believe.
It's hard to do word for word. Not easy. You did really good.
I still believe. I still believe.
The sky, Imogene, she fooled me. Now who am I? I thought I had a gift.
Oh, you know where they're also going.
Wasn't my gift. I thought it. I still believe there's more than I see, much more than can meet the eye. I still believe, sit still as can be. If I sit still enough, I will fly. I still believe the words are free.
Woo!
I still believe there's more than I see, much more than can meet the eye. I still believe, sit still as can be. If I sit still enough, I will fly. I still believe the words are free to fail to part the sky. Imogene, she fooled me. Now who am I?
Oh man, we got to bring it into the echo too. We're making a record. Oh no, we are making a record. It's called Picking the Lockdown. It's Hippie Fiasco Rides again. Musical letter, love letter to the world. And we're going to put it on Spotify by Valentine's Day. We got 2 weeks in the studio. We're making a record. We're putting it out. Co-produced by the people watching. It's working like a charm. You guys have the great ideas, and you're the marionette, and I have all these toys. Yeah, I'm so glad we have a real deadline now too. No joking around. We're making a record like old school. We got 5 days and we got, so much time in the studio. It'll be like 5 days in the actual studio because you just work around the clock. But on the show, we just do it for however long we do it. All right, so is it here? Oh, wait. Where are these guys? Yeah, yep, right there. Oh, is this gonna work? Oh, if they're really lined up and it's really gonna work, I'm so excited. All right, calm down. Low expectations.
I thought I had a gift, it wasn't my gift, it wasn't my gift. I still believe. I thought it was my time, it wasn't my time, it wasn't my time. I still believe. I thought I had a friend, it wasn't my friend.
Did you sing these straight, Magpie?
I thought I had a gift, it wasn't.
Cool. Yeah, the way the I still believes were in there before was confusing. Then we found out this call and response way of doing it, and I can't wait for Kethra to hear it. Are they lined up right?
It wasn't my gift, it wasn't my gift. I still believe. I thought it was my time, it wasn't my time, it wasn't my time. I still believe. I thought I had a friend.
Love it. All right. I need to look at this some more.
I still believe. 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 I still believe.
Oh, sorry, what'd you do up here? Ah, nice.
I thought Imogene, she fooled me, but I lost my mind. I thought it wasn't my gift, it wasn't my gift. I still believe. I thought it was my time, it wasn't my time, it wasn't my time. I still believe. I thought I had a friend, it wasn't my friend, it wasn't my friend. I still believe. Imogene, she fooled me, and I might have lost my mind. I thought it was my time, it wasn't my time, it wasn't my time. I still believe. I thought I had a friend, it wasn't my friend, it wasn't my friend. I still believe. Imogene, she fooled me, and I might have lost my mind.
Hey, hallelujah. Woo. Good work. Good work. I love it.
Sometimes I feel like I've stolen everything, and there's no way to bring it back. And it comes as no relief to romantic.
Maybe we should get Lex to do an upright bass part along with that intro. Just, I think it's to the click. Let me see. How freeform I'm being.
Sometimes I feel like I've stolen everything, and there's no way to bring it back.
That's the most confusing click I've ever heard in my life. I was trying to give everybody the beats per minute for this, for each of these tracks on the website so they could download them and play easily to them at home. And, but then I opened up this one and it was like, all the rest were like 115 BPM, you know, reasonable. You could tell this whole thing was never an actual recording. I was just messing around and wrote this song while recording it. I was just came up with a little thing and then started singing to it and made up the words on the spot. I would pause it and think of the next verse, and that's just how it came out. I just wrote it right in here. I wasn't recording it. I didn't write it and then come here to record it. I was writing it in here. So I was just using this like a sandbox, like a canvas to write on. And so the freaking BPMs is 100.4073. It says 6.8 and sounds like this.
And it comes as no relief.
I can't make sense of that. I can't make sense of that.
Sometimes I feel like I've stolen everything, and there's no way to bring it back.
Thank you, Magpie.
And it comes as no relief to romanticize.
I love that. I feel like it has gravity. It sucked you in. It's like, oh, I want to sing on that one. It's cool. This is one I just never even really considered a song, but I played Cather this recording after I made it, and she just fell in love with it and always talks about it. She's like, you got to do that one. Imogene. Like, what is Imogene? That one with the harmonies. Oh, right. How'd that go again?
Sometimes I feel like I've stolen everything, and there's no way to bring it back. And it comes as no relief to romanticize the thief. Oh, it's no.
But yeah, a couple of Lex's big bendy upright bass notes. Might just nail that thing right on down. Just, picture like a dude, Frank Sinatra in the, doesn't sound like Frank Sinatra, but in his hat going around the pole in the rain outside. Come as no relief. What am I talking about? We gotta find a leaving song. This is the leaving song. Sweet. Go get 'em, Tiger. Love you. This is really fun. These are really fun parts.
Sometimes I feel like I've stolen everything, and there's no way to bring it back. And it comes as no relief to romanticize the thief. Oh, it's no use to anyone but me.
Could be nice, Ona.
I thought it was in my thought, it was in my thought. I thought I dreamt a dream, it was in my dream, it was in my dream. I thought I saw a light, it wasn't a light, it wasn't a light. Imogene, she fooled me and I lost her in the night. In my dream, I thought I saw a light, it wasn't. I thought I dreamt a dream, it wasn't my dream, it wasn't my dream. I thought I saw a light, it wasn't a light, it wasn't a light. I thought I saw.
That's me not lining up there. Let's flex that. Yeah, way better, huh?
I thought it was in my thought, it was in my thought. I thought I dreamt a dream, it was in my dream, it was in my dream. I thought I saw a light, it wasn't a light, it wasn't a light. Imogene, she fooled me and I lost her in the night. Sit still as can be, if I sit still enough I will fly. I still believe there's more than I see, much more than can meet the eye. I still believe, sit still as can be, if I sit still enough I will fly. I still believe the words are free to fail to part the sky. Imogene, she fooled me, now who am I? I thought I had a gift, it wasn't my gift, it wasn't my gift. I thought it was my time, it wasn't my time, it wasn't my time. I thought I had a gift. I thought I had a gift, it wasn't my gift, it wasn't my gift. I thought it was my time, it wasn't my time, it wasn't my time. I thought I had a friend, it wasn't my friend, it wasn't my friend. Imogene, she fooled me and I'm at a loss my mind.
Nice.
And it wasn't my friend. Imogene, she fooled me and I'm at a loss my mind. She fooled me and I'm at a loss my mind.
I like the sound of that. Didn't it already do that? Let's see.
I thought Imogene, she fooled me and I'm at a loss my mind.
Definitely, I think we should keep the Might Have Lost My Minds.
Wasn't my friend. Imogene, she fooled me and I'm at a loss my mind.
Yeah, how about that? Woo, gravy.
Imogene, she fooled me and I'm at a loss my mind. I'm at a loss my mind. I lost my mind. And I'm at a loss my mind.
I like that. Good call. Good call.
It wasn't my friend, it wasn't my friend. Imogene, she fooled me and I'm at a loss my mind.
What a great night's work. Holy moly. Dreams coming true here on Hippie Fiasco Rides Again. Wow. So what did we do tonight? We did Not the End of the World, Bad Time to Be a Clown, and Imogene. So I will update the player with the, well, we got to bounce. Bouncing. Bouncing. Bounce. Replace. Perfect. Well, we gotta get some rest. Big day tomorrow. Okay, Google it at 8. Probably go live tomorrow night, trash night, and get these tracks ready for Lex to come over Friday night. Thanks for watching. Thanks for co-producing the new record. I'm so excited about it. Maybe we'll win a Grammy. Wouldn't it be cool if it got a Grammy? Then we'll come back and these shows will have 1 million hits each. We need a farewell poem.
Now, these experiments started not on tape recorders, but on paper. Now, these experiments started not on tape recorders, but on paper. Now, these experiments, it seems that recordings made with no apparent input have turned up unexplained voices on the tape. Voice phenomena are done with a tape recorder and microphone set up in the usual way and using factory fresh tape. No sounds are heard or emitted during the recording, but on replay, faint voices of unknown origin appear to have been recorded. Visible speech diagrams and voice prints have confirmed that these actually are recorded voices. It seems that recordings made with no apparent input have turned up unexplained voices on the tape. Cut into the present, the future leaks out.